Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, September 9th, 2024 open session meeting for the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. This meeting is now open. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda as presented. The administration is recommending the approval of this agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has a second. Do we have any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. The agenda is approved as presented. The next item on the agenda is to move into closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Mary McComas, the superintendent, Dan Hutchins, supervisor of human resources, Adam Costas, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, will move to closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B. The first section is 3-305B1. The topic of discussion is applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for closed session discussion is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. The next section is 3-305B8. The topic is to consult with counsel about potential litigation regarding insulin class action lawsuit. The reason for this topic being enclosed is the substance of discussion is protected by attorney-client privilege. And then we have another topic under 3-103A1I. This is an administrative function, review findings and recommendations of ethics panel in response to complaint and administration of ethics policy procedure, in response to ethics panel findings and recommendations. The reason this is in closed session for discussion, the substance of discussion is considered an administrative function outside the scope of the Open Meetings Act, but is discussed during an otherwise closed session pursuant to 3-104. With that being said, the administration is recommending approval to move into closed session to discuss the items that I mentioned. Do we have a motion to do so?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We will go into closed session and be back at approximately 6:30. Sorry, 6:30 it is. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you about portion of the open session meeting for Monday, September 9th, 2024. This is the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education Board meeting for September. The first item on the agenda is to report on closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members of this board, Dr. Mary McComas, the superintendent, Dan Hutchins, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constas, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B to discuss three topics. The first topic was under Section 3-305B1. The topic was applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for this being in closed session is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. The second topic under 3-305B8 was to consult with counsel about potential litigation regarding insulin class action lawsuit. And the reason for this being enclosed is the substance of discussion is protected by attorney-client privilege. And the last topic was under 3-103A1I. The topic was an administrative function to review findings and recommendations of ethics panel in response to complaint and administration of ethics policy procedure in response to ethics panel's findings and recommendations. The reason for closed session of topics, the substance of discussion is considered administrative function outside the scope of the Open Meetings Act, but is discussed during an otherwise closed session pursuant to 3-104. The session was for information discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon by this board in Section 4 of the consent agenda for this evening. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Swanson, if you could lead us. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we all sit down, I ask that we all please remain standing in a moment of silence, remembering those that lost their lives, family members who are dealing with grief, and communities who are struggling with the loss of life at Joppatown High School in Harford County, Maryland, and Appalachia High School in Barrow County, Georgia. Wish them all comfort and peace in these hard times. Thank you, everybody. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Just a reminder that in the consent agenda, the student member of the board will offer a vote. Tonight, that vote of the student member of the board will apply to all of the items listed with the exception of F, which is the organization chart update, that's in personnel, as well as personnel actions, which is in G. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any comments or questions? In the absence of hearing any, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent agenda is passed. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. We'll move into public participation. Ms. Gale, do we have anyone for the first session? Okay. Just a reminder, we do have a second public participation portion of the evening. It's at the back end of the meeting, so if you feel so inclined and you'd like to make some comments later on, you're more than welcome to. Moving on to 6A, Dr. McComas, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to report that last week we opened our academic year, welcoming back all of our students and parents for the year. I want to express my gratitude to our elected officials who prioritized time in their schedules to join us on our opening day, specifically Commissioners Price and Nicholson, as well as State Delegates Grist and Jacobson, along with many of our board members. We look forward to future opportunities for our elected officials to visit our classrooms, athletic fields, and student performances throughout the year. Our faculty and staff are excited and prepared to both support and challenge our students through the teaching and learning process. Our performance on last spring's state test will be shared this evening, and it is important to understand that data is a flashlight to help us find our way forward. Specifically, our data has shed light on our needs to focus on math and writing skills throughout the year, with special attention paid to our African American students and all students receiving special services for unique learning needs and language needs. And I have absolute confidence that we can, must, and will drive our achievement for improvement. To do this, we have redesigned how we are working with and supporting our principals as the first line of instructional leadership. And as we move more deeply into the school year, I will continue to be assessing how we can support our classroom teachers, as we know teachers are the foremost factor in elevating student achievement. Furthermore, as an agricultural community, we understand that growth requires the right conditions, which brings me to school safety and climate. And as we celebrate the return of our students last week, as President Getz mentioned, it is with heavy heart that I too acknowledge the tragedy experienced by school communities of Appalachia High School in Georgia and Joppatown High School in our own Harford County. Our hearts and prayers go out to everyone touched by these events, and may these tragedies strengthen our own collective commitment to provide safe and nurturing classrooms, schools, and community conditions for our children and young people. Our faculty and staff, including our school counselors and social workers, have been and will continue to be available to talk to students in need of support. Maintaining safe schools is a community-wide effort. If you see something, say something. Tips can be reported anonymously through our Kent County Public Schools mobile app. The app also sends out push notifications to provide information and instructions should there be an incident in one of our schools. And our app is available for free on the Apple App Store and Google Play. Search for Kent County Public Schools, and I want to thank you in advance for being part of our safety network. Furthermore, in speaking of our community network, I continue to engage with community leaders through meeting with focus groups such as Minari's Dream Alliance and our local NAACP leader, Mr. Cotton, as well as attending local county commissioners meeting and local town council meetings. Last week, I attended the Galena Town Council meeting, and I intend on joining Millington in their town council meeting tomorrow evening to learn more about each of our communities. Each and every one of these opportunities helps me learn more about who we are as a community, and more importantly, who we are striving to become as a community, and my capacity to support that. We will continue to publish community engagement opportunities as part of our strategic planning process this fall semester. And I ask that each of you to attend, and I ask that you bring another person with you so that every voice may influence our planning process. And in closing, I want you to know that our Kent County Teacher of the Year, Miss Caitlin Wright, is now one of the 7 finalists for this Maryland State Teacher of the Year. We are so proud of her, and we are excited to cheer her on in this final leg of the process. And stay tuned, because we will know in October if she is the Maryland Teacher of the Year. Additionally, I want to congratulate one of our aspiring leaders who will be promoted this evening if everything goes well. And additionally, I want to highlight how we will celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month in the upcoming weeks through assemblies at H.H. Garnett, back-to-school parent passport activities at Galena Elementary, and door decorating contests at our middle school, just to name a few ways that we are uplifting our Spanish-speaking children, families, and the community within our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McComas. Okay, we're going to move right into board discussion. Ms. Swanson, as tradition has it, you're always the first.
All right. Hello, everyone. First off, I'd like to welcome everyone back. School officially started this past week, and it's really nice to see students, teachers, and staff back in our school buildings. It's been really nice to see everyone. I also want to invite everyone who can make it to Kent County's first home football game. It's scheduled for this coming Friday, the 13th, at 6 p.m. versus Arcadia. We'll have food and music and cheerleading. It'll be a lot of fun. Please come support the Trojans. I want to talk about last Tuesday when I went on a tour of the Kent County Public Schools with delegates Jay Jacobs and Jeff Grist, Commissioners John Price and Albert Nickerson, the president of the Maryland State Board of Education, Dr. Joshua Michael. That was a really big deal. He met us at Garnett, and we had some really awesome conversations. Public Relations and Communications Specialist Dan DeVillio, fellow board members Francois Sullivan, Frank Rhodes, Aretha Dorsey, and President Joe Getz, as well as Superintendent McComas. I got to meet our amazing teachers and students from across the county and see old teachers again, which was nice. It was really fun and heartwarming. The highlight of my day was when a second grader from Rock Hall Elementary thought I was her teacher and wanted me to subscribe to her YouTube channel, which I haven't done yet. But I loved it, and it was really great. Thank you to Dr. McComas for setting that up. It was nice for the board to have an opportunity to interact with the people that we are fighting for. I'm going to end my discussion on a more serious topic. As Dr. McComas mentioned and Mr. Getch mentioned, there was a school shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia on September 4th that killed 2 students and 2 teachers, as well as a shooting at Joppatown High School in Harford County, Maryland, which is about 2 hours away from here, which left a 15-year-old student dead. I can't imagine what the families of the victims must be going through right now, and I'd like to offer my deepest condolences to the people and communities affected by these shootings. When I heard the news, I was honestly numb. I sometimes feel like I hear about another school shooting every day. The level of shock and terror and overwhelmment that comes with having to contemplate that level of violence makes me scared to come to school, and that's not okay. I believe that school should be a place where I go to learn, to connect with people, and to make the most of my high school years, not to worry about whether or not I'll be able to barricade the door in time. This kind of fear has no place in schools. I've been working with other student members of the boards of Ed and Maryland on addressing the matter. We created a social media statement that has gotten thousands of views online in direct response to the shooting at Joppatown, and we are planning to do some more advocacy work on the issue. I would also like to say that Kent County Public School counselors and social workers are available to talk to any students if they require support. So please reach out if you need to. We're going to get through this violence together, but we also need to figure out how to stop this violence together because it's not okay and it's scary. And yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Ms. McGee?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Mr. Rhodes?
First of all, I agree with you that the tour of the schools last week was wonderful. We started out with about 15 or 16 people, and I think we ended up with 3 or 4 strong at the end. But it was wonderful, meeting teachers and going around, and just, I thought there was a lot of excitement. I thought there was a lot of excitement in the schools. I feel good about this year. Second thing I want to discuss is the football game this Friday. I hope we have a nice turnout. It'd be nice to get a lot of people to come to support our team. And the third thing is the safety issue. I talked to Dr. McComas about that. I'd like to be a little more proactive. These shootings are happening all over the country, and I wish we could do something, be a little more, I don't know what to do. We don't want to look like we're a police state, but we have got to be prepared for something, and I don't want to see anyone hurt. And it's just going on and on and on, and I just would like to do something about it. I don't know how to proceed, what we can do. You have to have money to install equipment, but I think we need to do something. That's my opinion. Because at least it's sad, and it can happen anywhere to any of us, and you can do all you want, but I just would like to do something, and I don't know how to start, I don't know where to go, but I would like if you could take the initiative and just make some phone calls, we discuss this, and maybe we can approach someone to help us. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Ms. Sullivan?
I just want to sort of reiterate what Alden was saying about how important it is to say something if you see something, and of all the responsibilities that we put on our students, we're listening, and we know that this isn't how it should be. We know that schools shouldn't be a place that scares you to go to, and we don't want that for you, and the adults need to figure out how to make this better. So we are going to do better for you. I also want to congratulate Caitlin Wright for making it to as a finalist for the State of Maryland Teacher of the Year, and to thank Dr. McComas for inviting the board on the tour last week. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Just a few things from my standpoint. Yeah, I don't have much more to add other than from the security standpoint. I mean, it's completely unacceptable, and we definitely need to look at everything that we can do in our power to make sure that our students are safe. I mean, just to get those news reports was just heart-wrenching and just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, we'll do, we'll put that due diligence in, so, thank you for that. Last week, while all that was going on, I can't reiterate enough the tour that we had, just to have Alden there and to be in the schools, for the teachers and the administrators, the building administrators, to let us walk around and disrupt your first day and your classes, and to actually be in the classrooms to see the children interacting and to see the instruction going on was pretty amazing. Sometimes we need that exposure just to kind of get some additional vibes from it, and really, it's really why we're here. It's all about students. So it was really great to have that. Huge thank you to all of the folks that toured with us, the elected officials that were there. I also want to thank all of the community members and all of the elected town councils and folks and staff that have welcomed you, Dr. McComas. I don't know that they realized they were going to get an all-out onslaught, but you have been very determined, and you've been very curious, and you've been very interested in understanding how every corner of the county works together, but also separately. So thank you for putting in that work accordingly. And just a great week last week. Exciting times. We're going to ramp up here with the sports and just really start focusing on, kids having fun. I see our FFA students are sitting up front. That's a whole nother level of coolness. So it's great to have you all here tonight. So just enjoy the year. We'll all collectively just try to move forward and walk through and do what's right and do it the Kent County way. So just thank you all for all that you're doing. It's pretty fascinating. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into education services. The first item is preliminary student enrollment count.
President Getz, if I could just interrupt real quick to join Dr. McComas to welcome our new Kent County High School Assistant Principal, Ms. Jory Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Heckman. Ms. Mitchell, could you stand up? And do you have family with you this evening? If the rest of your family could stand up so we can celebrate, and thank you for, in advance, for all your support. Thank you, Mr. Hushin.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. Hushin. Appreciate that. Okay.
Good evening,
Hello, Dr. Walker.
Mr. Getz, Dr. McComas, and members of the board. Good to you tonight. So I'm here for the September preliminary enrollment report. And I will let you know right off the bat that this report is based on September the 3rd, and that is because I have to have the reports in the Wednesday before the board meeting. But I can tell you that there is not very much difference at all when I looked at it today and put all the numbers together. I'm sorry, thank you. There was a difference of one less student, so I can start off by saying that. So enrollment decreased by 5 students from September 30th of 2023 to 9/3/24. So as of September 3rd, we had, in pre-K to 5, there was +1 student. In the middle school, we had a decrease of 18 students. In high school, there was an increase of 8 students, and we currently have 4 digital scholars signed up. Hopefully, we will have more. But as of right now, we have 4 who are approved. So that gives us an overall of 5 less students from September 30th. You can see the breakdown here by school and grades for Galena Elementary School. On September 3rd, we had 309 students. For Garnett, we had 326, and the principals may see that we have more, but this is based on September 3rd. And I believe Garnett has like 333 or something like that as of today. Rock Hall had 194, and the total was 829 students, which was a difference from September 30th of +1 student. For Kent County Middle School, there was 127 students in 6th grade, 7th grade 117, and in 8th grade 120 students. which was a difference of 18 students. As of today, we actually have a difference, we lost more students, so that's a decrease of 24 students. And for Kent County High School, 9th grade, 153, 10th grade, 126, 121 in 11th grade, and 130 in 12th grade, for a total of 530 students, and an increase of 8. As of today, that increase is only 2 students. And again, we have the digital scholars. For Kent Blended Learning, these students are already included in this count. As of today, we have 10 students, and we have some others that we are processing through, so we expect that number to go up. The 3-year program, we have 5 students, but that is not included in the count. So as you can see, there's an overall decrease of 5 students as of September 3rd, and as of today, there's a difference of 6 students. That should be -6. Any questions?
Dr. Walker, typically, we have some sense of understanding where migration has either come from or where it's gone. Do you have any sense, just from a top line?
So, and that will come with the next report, because
Sure.
I think it's early. For example, the students who are in private schools, they just got in school, so we decided to wait a little bit just to let their enrollment calm down, if that's what you mean. If you mean in terms of what district they're coming to or from or state.
Have they gone, have they moved out of state? Have they, the ones that have moved in, where did they come from, to see the loss at the middle school of 18 students, are they, have they gone into private school, or do we know?
So we will know that with the next report.
Gotcha.
And I
Okay.
did look back last year, and this is pretty much all there was, that's
Sure.
the pattern that I followed. But with the next report, all of that information will be included.
Great,
And we'll have a better sense of where they are.
great, thank you.
I'm looking at last year's numbers also, and trying to figure out that 18 at the middle school seems so big, especially if I just compare the rolling up, like it doesn't, I'm not seeing where the loss is. Do you know where?
So we have to keep in mind that enrollment is fluid, right?
Right.
So students leave over the summer, some come over the summer. In terms of our homeschool even, I don't have a sense of that, because not all parents have sent in the notification form.
Gotcha.
We are working to get homeschoolers in the KBLA program and in Digital Scholars, so we are hoping for better numbers. So I won't really know that until the next couple weeks. So when I see you again, we may not have real September 30th numbers, because it really does take a little while after September 30th, but I will have preliminary numbers for you and where students are going and coming from.
Our pre-K classes are huge.
Yes, they're exploding,
Yeah.
especially, I think, in Garnett and Galena.
Yes. Okay.
So, and that's a good thing, because
Yes.
then they will roll up to kindergarten, hopefully. right?
Sure. Okay,
Thank you.
No problem.
okay, that was for information purposes only. Thank you, Dr. Walker, for that. Appreciate that. The next item that we're going to discuss is procedure 600-49, homeless, and this is information purposes only.
So this past spring, MSDE reviewed our policy for educating students experiencing housing transition. And I'm trying to use that terminology because, one of the recommendations, which we already knew, is, saying homeless students or homeless families. Sometimes that carries a negative, stigma to it. So we're trying not to say that. We're trying to say McKinney-Vento students or students experiencing housing transition. And I even thought about when we updated this policy, which is based on MSD doing a review of our policy, and there were some things we needed to add, some things that needed to be deleted, maybe changing the name, but since the state and the government hasn't actually changed some of the terminology, I decided that we wouldn't make that part of the update, so it still says homeless student. So and I'll advance it. In Section 1, definitions, we had to expand the definition of school of origin to include that this is a child or youth, because not all of our students are, you will see in different parts that they're not all our students. They could be preschool students, and they want us to use the terminology, a child or a youth that was permanently housed, or the school in which the child or youth was last enrolled needs to be included. It has to include preschool or a feeder school, so that's why that part was updated. We also had to define unaccompanied youth. We use that term a lot, but it wasn't specifically defined in our policies, in our procedure. Excuse me. So we added that. And then when you get to Section D, students who are awaiting foster care was taken out in 2016, but our procedure still contained that language, so we were able to take that out. I'm trying to work off two different documents here, sorry. And then when it comes to procedures for enrollment, we added language that talked about immediate enrollment, full participation, and that we had to state that we would remove barriers. In Section B, we added the language specific to unaccompanied youth, so that bullet was not there at all, but we had to talk about specific to unaccompanied youth, exactly what we would do, the building liaison and the district liaison. And number 3, we added, this information will be kept confidential and not shared with staff without specific consent of the parent, guardian, or student. So this should not be part of the permanent record. We need to take that out when students leave us or graduate. So this is not information that we can share. If you go to number 10, we needed to add a statement concerning opportunities for comparable programming. Of course, we allow that all the time, and we encourage students, but it needs to be explicitly stated in our procedure, so we added that information. For number 11, it talks about the handling of school absences and out-of-school suspensions. If students experiencing transition are not written up for a violent behavior, then we need to make sure that we are not suspending them out of school. They recommend in-school suspension. For 12, we provide transportation as needed for extracurricular activities, and we even secured a grant this past year, and it will carry into the next year, to provide gas cards for parents who want to transport their kids for extracurricular activities. We want to give them the opportunity to do that. For 13, we know that our students get free meals here, but that is one of the most common services we provide under Title I, and that's what the law says, so we just kind of mimicked it. For 15, we address the access to partial and full credits from other schools, which a lot of schools frown upon because sometimes it's hard for record keeping with half credit, but we are supposed to do that. It's not in the law, but it is highly recommended, and we did get dinged for it, so that tells us that they want us to make sure that we're doing that. If a student comes with a partial biology credit, then we need to award them credit, that half credit. Also, it also talks about making sure that we have policies where they know that we're supporting them getting a Maryland State diploma, post-secondary planning, and FAFSA completion. And we do all of this. We don't discriminate based on any category of students, but we just need parents and the community to know in the policy or in the procedure that we are mindful of that. All right, and if you skip down to Section 4, in A. We had to remove "to the extent feasible" because this is just something we have to do. Keep a homeless student in the school of origin unless contrary to the wishes of the student's parent or guardian. It is presumed that students and parents prefer to continue education at the school of origin. So parents really do get to, we have a best interest meeting, but they really do get to say where their students attend school. And we added here some of the factors that we consider: parent or guardian preference, the student's length of attendance in the school of origin, including special programs and services, and the length of stay at the current residence. So in this section, it said shelter, but not every student experiencing housing transition is in a shelter. So we had to remove that and just say their current residence, whatever that might be. Section 5, student transportation. In this section, we added preschool to 12th grade because, once again, they may not be in our schools, but they're in preschool. And that transportation will be provided in a timely manner, and that we will work with other school districts, even in a different state, to get kids across the line. And we are doing that right now. Many times, like, for example, if someone's coming from Delaware will get them to a certain point, and they will pay for it. We'll pick them up from that stop, and we will pay to get them to school. All right, Section D, we added language here: if the homeless student requires transportation across state lines, it's kind of redundant in some areas. The other state school system involved shall agree upon a method to apportion the responsibility and cost for providing the student with transportation to and from the school determined in the best interest of the student. We do that through the best interest meeting. So the rest was crossed out because it is kind of redundant there. And then if we go a little further, so it talks about the district liaison, but we also need to talk about building liaison because we want to, students to be supported first at the building level and then at the central level, or, you know, together at the same time. But the building definitely needs to have a hold on what's going on first. They are the ones who are usually informed first. And then we remove notice of appeal rights will also be included with respect to a written resolution of such complaint, because as you go along, there's already language concerning what parents can do and the timelines. All right, and then when we get to 7, Section 7 here, liaisons will ensure that public notice of educational rights is disseminated in locations frequented by parents, guardians, and unaccompanied youth, including schools, shelters, public libraries, soup kitchens, in a manner informed, understandable to parents, guardians, and unaccompanied youth. And we have those things posted up. We've taken some to hotels, if they allow us, and then some won't let us post it, but they'll take copies and they will hand them out if they're needed. And then we have them in the schools, we have them at the district office, and they're in Spanish and English right now, those 2 languages. Okay, and we're getting to the end here. So we had to add language that dealt with the duties of the district liaison in this section instead of just the building. So basically, the supervisor, it should be Director of Student Services will also work with each building to assign a school liaison to best assist families experiencing homelessness. This coordination includes attending professional development by the state coordinator and ensuring that professional development is provided to school liaisons and enrollment staff. So that is the district level responsibility. And I will tell you that we do have a need for all staff to be trained every year. And MSDE is creating a training for us. So that's a good thing. And that's coming up in the next couple months, and everyone will be trained. Bus drivers, cafeteria, everyone. Anybody who front faces with students will be trained, and that will happen every year. And those are the summary.
Are building liaisons going to be designated as needed, or is there somebody that is the
They
building
already
liaison?
are designated.
Okay.
Yes. It's usually the school counselor. I think every one of ours is a school counselor, yes.
Okay. And then I also noticed that it seemed like any reference to foster care was stripped from this procedure. Is there a separate procedure to deal with kids in foster care?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not considered homeless, so that's why it was taken out.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
I have a question. So you have a child in the school that's homeless, and then comes to one of the teachers and says, I don't want to go home tonight because there's alcohol, there's fighting, and whatever. What do you do? I mean, let's say they don't have anywhere to go. What do we have? You send them to, what do you do?
So,
It's in here probably, I'm just trying to read through this.
yeah, and that may not be in here, but a call will be made immediately to Child Protective Services. And if they're saying they don't want to go home, those kind of calls get answered right away. They'll send somebody out. If it's at the end of the day, then we may have to assign someone to stay with the student, make sure that they're safe. But if a child is saying they don't want to go home, we're not just going to send them home. We're going to call for help.
I'm sure that happens with homelessness. I mean, it's sad. You see it around this county and a lot of counties, and I just hope that we are there to protect the kids that have those problems, that's all.
Yes, I think we do a pretty good job with that. The counselors, the social workers, and the administrators have experience in making sure the students have what they need and are protected.
Even the bus drivers, I've talked to them, I mean, they keep their eye on what's going on. I think it's really important. They're like the first line of defense to find out if they're used or they don't have any place to go.
Yep, and that's why they're going to be trained too.
Okay, good.
Are there any other questions?
Have you seen an increase in homelessness with the kids since the rental fees and different things, requirements have gone up?
So I've been in this district, this is starting my third year. I can't say for sure. What I can tell you is we had just about the same number of students with housing transition last year as we did the previous year. So we're not sure yet this year because every year that they need to recertify, and those forms are slow coming in. So we keep an eye on it. I don't know what it's going to be for this year, but right now what we're doing is the Student Services Department sent out a email to all the counselors and said, hey, these are the kids that we had on the list last year. These are the kids we have a form for. We need you to contact the families to see if they're still experiencing transition, if they need to turn in the form so that we can track and make sure they get the services they need.
So they don't count the families who end up maybe piling in a house with someone else? But
Yes.
Not really?
Yes, that's part of the definition.
Oh, okay, because a lot of times they don't report though, do they? If they are in a home with
You mean the families?
another, yeah.
That is correct. Sometimes they don't understand the definition themselves. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's just through the conversation, and when parents enroll their students, we have those conversations. When they say, hey, look, I'm living with so-and-so, so I don't have a gas bill to prove that I live here, then that's when you have a deeper conversation and you find out what the situation is, because it could be a McKinney-Vento situation.
Okay.
Do you recall what the number of homeless kids were from last year that were enrolled in our schools?
82,
82?
yes.
Thank you.
Yep. 50, I think it was 54 families with 82 students.
Goodness.
It's a real problem.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Walker. That was information purposes only. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the social emotional learning pilot screener results.
Mr. Hamlin?
President Getz, Dr. McCombs, board members, good evening.
Good evening.
In February of this year, the Behavioral Health Subcommittee shared plans to administer a pilot SEL screener in grades 7th and 10th. The screener was administered in April 2024 to 101 7th graders and 81 10th graders. Tonight, the committee will share the results of this pilot with you, along with the next steps for the work we're doing around social emotional learning. Before I do so, I'd like to introduce our committee. We have Dr. Walker, myself, Ben Hamlin, we have Dr. Teresa Safer, Dr. Bill Fluth, and we had Dr. John Guthrie, who's going to share the results tonight.
Hello, it's a privilege to be able to speak with you. The administration, in a word, was extremely well done, we thought. Teachers administered the questionnaire to students in their classrooms, and the pattern of responses that the students made showed they paid a lot of attention. They weren't just blowing this questionnaire off. And that was something I was just really proud to see, and extremely basic. Now, the questionnaire had two scales, two elements. One was a satisfaction of basic psychological needs, and one was frustration of basic psychological needs. And we'll talk more about what those mean. And now, this questionnaire with each of the two scales, when we gave it, was reliable. The term meaning is consistent, it's precise. And so it was pretty remarkable to actually have a small scale that didn't undergo development for 5 years, having it be 0.86 reliability. We also began the study of its validity. Is it a valid measure of social emotional needs of the students? And so we compared performance on the questionnaire to attendance at school. And the result was students who are showing high risk, and we'll talk about what that means, high risk for social emotional needs were more likely to be chronically absent from school at the 10th grade level. We gave this to 7th and 10th. That result did not occur for 7th, it occurred for 10th. So that's an indicator that this thing we're looking at, this meeting of basic psychological needs, is showing in one very obvious way of school attendance and school participation. Now the findings from these two scales, we divided students into whether they did really highly performed on a scale or low. So for frustration, we looked at we broke the group in half. So in the page 2, you can see the graph with the upper left corner of this graph with the 2 red lines. The upper left corner shows students who were highly frustrated and they weren't enjoying much satisfaction of having their basic needs met. And these are subtly different, but they're important. It's an important distinction to make. The students in the bottom right of this were students who had high satisfaction of their basic psychological needs and low frustration. So the bottom right are happy kids. And the upper left are struggling students. And to illustrate that, if you turn to page 3, you can see what this upper left group is saying in the questionnaire. So one of the statements is, I feel close to other people in my life. These students disagree with it. They could strongly disagree, but the average score is to disagree that they feel close. Now, because the average is on disagree, that means there's a lot of them strongly disagree. So it's important to understand my decisions show what I really want, and I can usually complete difficult tasks. These are satisfactions. These are good things in your life, and they're saying, I don't really have these good things in my life. The next one is frustration. Their frustration statements, nobody really knows me. In other words, these kids who agree with this don't feel like they belong. They don't feel understood very well. Now, the average score was agree for these kids in the high-risk group. I have no choice about what I do, and I'm not sure about my abilities. So you can see we're tapping three things. One is a social connection. Another one is belief in the ability to make decisions to control your life. And the third one is confidence that you can do what school requires you to do. So the struggling students, the at-risk students, had these needs for being competent, being integrated into the social network, and being able to make decisions that were needs that are not being well met. And there's approximately 34% of students fell into this category. Now then, there are about 35% of students who were moderately at risk. They had some frustrations, but they also did have some positive satisfactions to offset them. So they weren't quite as struggling, but they could be called moderately at risk for social emotional challenges. So that's fundamentally the conclusion. There is a clear preponderance of students whose basic psychological needs are not met in their own perception of things. On the other hand, there are a nice group of 30% of kids who are just really thriving. They're confident, they achieve, they're in groups, they're making decisions, they're developing responsibility. That's a group too. So we have, I think, a clear distribution with a group at risk that is probably worth paying attention to. Now, the next section, we're basically withdrawing from this report. It's our thinking about potential interventions that could be undertaken in school. And we believe there are more varieties and more possibilities than we have entertained so far. So we want to continue that discussion within our committee and investigate and communicate back later about that.
How many of our 7th and 10th grade students did you capture? Did you get 100%? Were there any opt-outs?
Well, that is a very nice question. We had 182 students in this. And so what is the total number of students in 7th and 10th, if you put it together? There probably were some opt-outs. Do you know the number of opt-outs?
No, opt-out, we don't know the number.
I have the opt-outs.
We have them with you?
I have them. So how many students in 7th grade?
7th grade, we had 101.
101, and there was one opt-out, and I believe there were potential for like 123
Okay.
altogether. And there was 82% participation rate, I can tell you that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And for 10th grade.
10th grade, we had 81.
81 students, that was 68% participation, and there were 7 opt-outs. And I will tell you that since this was a pilot, we did it one day. We didn't go and recapture the students who were absent or who refused, nothing like that. We just wanted to get some preliminary numbers. It was in April. We didn't want to get involved with their state testing and all these
Right.
other things that are going on, so we wanted a snapshot. But our plan is to, once we meet regularly, to expand it, because this is a universal screener. That's what we're trying to build.
So are each of these dots actually representative of a real student?
Yes.
Or is it a grouping? Okay.
That's what they are.
And
And were
if you
the-
want it further broken down, for 7th grade, there were 56 female, 45 male, 24 Black or African American, 10 Hispanic, 24 multi-race, 43 white. And for 10th grade, 44 female, 37 male, 2 Asian, 18 Black or African American, 7 Hispanic, 5 multi-race, and 49 white.
I remember one of my questions when you presented the questionnaire in, I think it was March, was about if if any students indicated that they were very high risk, in immediate need of some sort of intervention. Did anybody jump off from the questionnaire? Did you have to intervene in any way?
I do not know if any of them walked out of the class or talked to the teacher. We don't have that.
Okay.
There are some students who would answer in the extreme form of strongly agree. So all of these things like, I have no choice about what I do. Strongly agree, strongly agree, strongly agree, yes.
Okay.
Those students are in here, and you can also see some students who didn't pay attention to the questionnaire and they just answered everything. Their score was too high to be even remotely reasonable. But we don't want in this to attempt to identify individuals.
Okay.
And I don't think we want to identify subgroups. The purpose is to identify the landscape, to help us understand the general character, the general spread of these issues.
Thank you.
But I can tell you, as we were putting the data together and what we send to Dr. Guthrie, we remove all the names, we just give him the raw data. But our team, we have the names, and the students who stuck out, we already knew those students are already in intervention, so it wasn't a big surprise.
That's good to know. Thank you very much.
Are there any more questions?
I have a question. Why, this might be a dumb question, but why did you choose to survey 7th and 10th graders specifically?
My colleagues can weigh in on this. We wanted to have a pilot study so that we could see if the questionnaire was working, so we could see if this makes sense, if the results were making sense. So we didn't really want to give it to everyone. And at the same time, we wanted to give it to enough persons to have a stable picture. So we wanted high school, we wanted middle school, so we picked a middle school grade and a high school grade. It doesn't get more complex than that.
Okay.
And we wanted it to be a manageable project because the staff did all the data input, which is time-consuming, and we thank them for their time and expertise on this. So we wanted to have it be feasible, and have it be feasible for the teachers and students and so on.
Okay,
So that's why we didn't do everyone yet. But as Dr. Walker said, it's conceivable to administer this comprehensively. And I think with these two grades, 7 and 10, we've seen that it would be very functional across the full range of secondary.
Well, thank you all for the information tonight, starting the process. Hopefully there'll be some follow-up, and as the project continues, that we'll continue to get some reports back. But thank you all for the work you put in, and the staff and teachers also.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the FFA overnight field trip.
Here's our FFA.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. McComas, and board members.
Good evening.
Before I bring up our VIPs for the evening, I just want to talk a little bit about the purpose of this agenda item is to present information on a request for the Kent County High School FFA overnight stay to the National Convention at the Indiana Convention Center in downtown Indianapolis, Indiana on October 21st through the 26th, 2024. The KCHS FFA will be presenting and also competing at the national conference, so we're excited for that. We're talking about approximately 9 students and 2 chaperones in attendance. All students are expected to maintain their academic eligibility and be in good standing at Kent County High School in order to attend this event. The students will have the opportunity to interact with national agriculture, science, and agribusiness companies, participate in the college fair, network with potential employers, and network with students from every part of the United States. So before we move into an action item, I'm going to go ahead and bring our Kent County High School FFA members up so they can give you a little bit more information about the trip that they're planning, and you'll be able to answer any, or ask any questions that they may have.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Allgaier. I am the Kent County High School FFA president. Today we're here to talk a little bit about what is going on with the National Convention and to request permission to go to the National Convention this year. I'm here with my officers, and we are just super excited and just want to let you know what it's all about. I don't know how to oh. Okay.
My name's Emily Hawking. So our transportation for the whole trip is going to be provided by a state bus, which we're going to get on at Chesapeake College. So the bus is going to arrive on October 21st, and we're going to get on the bus, go there, and it should arrive at Indianapolis on October 22nd. We're looking to fundraise to raise money to pay for the cost of our seats on the bus, and just raise money for it. So our lodging is going to be staying at the Embassy Suites in Indianapolis, which is just a few blocks down from the whole convention.
Okay, so we do competitive events as officers. I myself do public speaking. I do extemporaneous public speaking, which we have done at state levels. Also, members like Aubrey Baker, Molly Depp, who is not here tonight, Taylor Allgaier, Trice Moore, we all attended the state competition in late June. Although they did not place, and neither did I, it will be helpful to see other competitors and the way they operate things and get advice on future reference, so how we can proceed with competitions and hope to get more successful for our public speaking events. Hit this one. Okay. Now, the Expo. Our opportunity to interact with National Agriculture of Science, agribusinesses, and companies and organizations. 2 or 3 big companies we will have the chance to work with is Case IH, Fent, and Ducks Unlimited is a big one there. Very big presence with all of the conservation work, and Case IH is bringing up their brand new technology to improve farming and things like that. Now, when you go into the college fair, they have very big opportunities with colleges like Oklahoma State. They offer scholarship opportunities and things like that right out the gate. They also open with information, and there's a whole list of colleges that I could go down, and companies as well, like Miller Welding. They offer schools and things like that and programs you could go through to get certified and bring out information to young members of FFA to bring forward looks for new jobs. It also gives you very big network opportunities with not only employers but other students in the area. There's over 75,000 people that attend this expo in Indianapolis. But with that comes with very big opportunities to meet other people. I myself have made a best friend that lives in Texas. I met through FFA up there. Now, we get to network with everywhere across the United States, including Hawaii and Alaska. It is a very big event that should have very big opportunities for every student. It's me. So we go through national officer elections.
Sorry, guys. So we go through national officer elections. I haven't been to one myself, but I've heard that it's a really cool, experience to get to be in that moment with the new national officers and to just see the process that they go through at a national level to participate. It's a really big event. There's keynote speakers, and there's just like a really good opportunity for us as just small high schools to see how it's done at a national level in case we one day, want to apply and go to that national level as FFA officers. The biggest part is the ceremonial changeover, which if we go, I'm excited to be able to experience and to watch, and as are all my officers that are here today. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Aubrey Baker. I'm the current historian for Kent County FFA. Along with this trip to National Convention, there's multiple educational trips. In 2022, students were given an educational tour of the Indianapolis Zoo. There are varying educational tours of that are offered of many different areas that students may choose to attend. This is a decision they get to make themselves of what their interests are. We have a link here that lists the other educational tours that students and officers can choose between while at convention.
My name is Janie Depp. I hope to be an officer in the next upcoming school year. At the National FFA Convention, we will experience various opportunities for service that are presented to participants. For example, in 2022, KCHS members made animal toys for the local Humane Society. There will be a list of activities presented to participants to pick from, including the Habitat for Humanity, the litter cleanup, and etc. The National FFA Convention supports the KCHS FFA mission of leadership and services. The National FFA Science Fair features dozens of competitive science and capstone projects from all around the country, which would be helpful to me as I am upcoming the ag program. The convention also brings forth unique opportunities to view the presentations and receive inspiration for our own capstones.
So with the team building, like we have the little expos that we go to, like working with building toys for homeless pet centers and things like that. It's a really big team building opportunity. Now, as of last time we went, our entire FFA went to this one expo that was building the cat toys. We all had to work together doing different stages of building a toy. Some people tied the knots, some people added catnip to the cat toys, things like that. We added so much and worked together so well. There was also other ones, like there was one where we did an entire thing on environmental resources and agribusiness. We went to that. It was 4 of us, me, myself, and 3 other officers at the time. We went to that. We worked together doing a document that showed different ways to conserve agriculture fields and things like that. It's a really big team building opportunity and networking event. It just really shows people how to work together. Not only do you work with your own FFA, more than likely, in each one I went to, we had to work with other members of different states' FFAs, intermingling and mixing to really present ourselves and show each other how we can all come together as one community. Is that it?
I want to personally thank you all for letting us come here and speak to you. We really do appreciate this. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask and I can answer anything.
Will you come back and tell us what you did?
If
Yeah.
you guys request it, yes, we can come back and tell you what we did.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would just make a few comments. I have 2 children who are alumni of your chapter and very familiar with National Convention as well as State Convention and even on the Eastern Shore. And from the very moment of getting to the bus at 4 o'clock in the morning at Chesapeake College and getting to know all of the other FFA kids here on the Eastern Shore that are taking the bus out and the team building out, and then also coming back, but also while there, those are experiences that you all will bring back throughout the rest of your life as well as they have. So it's just really cool. Not that I'm biased, but the convention is a really just amazing opportunity for you all in our local FFA chapter, but also, your exposure to everyone else across the country is just incredible, and just experiencing that is pretty neat. So, thank you all for coming tonight and presenting this presentation. And I recognize a lot of kids in those pictures, so again, thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is an action item. So the administration is recommending approval of the overnight field trip to the Future Farmers of America National Convention located in Indianapolis, Indiana, on October 21st through the 26th of 2024. I am seeking a motion to approve the recommendation.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Ms. Dorsey has the second. Do we have any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion passes. Enjoy your trip, and please come back.
Please come back.
Thanks, everyone.
As the proud principal of Kent County High School, thank you very much.
Thank you.
They make me proud every day.
All right. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the KCHS overnight band trip.
Okay, I bring to you this item to present information on a request from the Kent County High School Brigade of Blue Band and Chorus student overnight stay to compete at the Music in the Parks Festival in Dollywood, located in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, on April 24th through the 27th, 2025. And when I left the school this evening, the band was practicing away, so I told them I would come and represent them this evening, so thank you for having me this evening. So the KCHS Brigade of Blue plans to travel to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee to compete in the Music in the Parks Festival at Dollywood. The concert, marching, and jazz band, as well as the show choir, will compete against young musicians from all over the country. Students will leave from Kent County High School on Thursday, April 24th, with groups scheduled for competitions on April 25th and April 26th. Students will have time between events to visit the Titanic Museum and explore other points of interest local to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. On Saturday, students will complete their competition and spend the rest of the day enjoying the attractions at Dollywood before an awards ceremony in the evening. The group will return to KCHS on the evening of Sunday, April 27th. And I'd just like to share that when our Brigade of Blue comes back from these festivals, they come back with many, many awards. So they always make us very proud. So we're excited for that. So with that being said, we are asking, the cost per student and chaperones would be approximately $300. They are now fundraising to get money in order to attend that event. They just had a car wash this past Saturday, so we will be sure to push out any of those events that are happening so that our community and also you can support that. The payment costs would include the hotel room, that visit to that Titanic Museum, explore other points of interest. The music boosters and the band KCPS transportation account will cover all transportation costs. The band has also secured funding through a local arts grant. I want to make sure I share that in the amount of $2,500 to help cover costs of the trip and to keep the student costs down. The students would be responsible for meals and incidental costs. So at this time, I'm going to ask if you have any questions.
I'm going to make the same request and ask them to come in and see us and let us know how the trip was.
I sure will.
Maybe they can play Jolene for us.
They will. Been hearing the same music. Copacabana. I'm singing it at night because every time you get down the hallway, that's what we're hearing.
No,
Yes.
singing.
Okay, this is an action item if there are no more questions. All right, the administration is recommending approval of the overnight field trip to the Music in the Parks Festival in Dollywood, located in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, on April 24th through the 27th of 2025. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Dorsey has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions? In the absence of comments and questions, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm abstaining from the vote.
Okay. Mr. Constance, Ms. Swanson can vote on this, correct? Ceremonial, okay, thank you. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, motion passes, thank you. And again, please have the band report back as to how they've done. Great to hear.
I sure will.
Thank you so
very
much.
much.
Appreciate it.
And thank you for approving those things.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the high school pre-calculus and AP Stat curricular resources. Ms. Jacomowitz.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. McComas, members of the board. This first item is just basically a request to purchase both books for the pre-calculus and AP statistics classes at our high school. As noted on the memo, both our content teachers as well as special educators work together along with our math coordinator and are moving forward with a request to update the materials they currently have. It's a rather nominal request, and tonight, with your approval, we are asking to fast-track this, less than $1,000, to allow them to purchase the needed resources. Both resources are aligned and identified as high-quality materials, and with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. McComas. I don't know if we have to make a special request to move it from information only to approval?
Board motion to amend the agenda, vote on that. So you have a proper.
To make it an action item.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so as stated, Mr. Constance has recommended that we make a motion to amend the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to alter the curricular resources item from an information only to a vote.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Who would have the second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is an agenda item, so Ms. Swanson can vote ceremonially. Correct, Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
The ayes have it, thank you. The agenda has been amended, and the next item is seeking approval, as this is now an action item, to approve, a motion to approve the costs associated with this.
And I'll make that motion
Ms.
also.
Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has a second again. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And
Okay, the next item on the agenda is Procedure 600-5, Grading and Reporting Update.
Thank you, President Getz. This next item is just for awareness that, as you know, we frequently update our procedures and policies. What we're sharing with you tonight is a procedure related to grading, and Gradebook is a tool to document mastery and not a tool to punish students. So they really should reflect the learning that is happening in this classroom. When you have time to look at the attached document, you'll see a few highlights that I'll just point out and summarize for you at this time. The first one is we are updating the language. So in the old procedure, you'll see reference to an essential curriculum. That is kind of antiquated language, and we've moved that now to reflect the current mastery of standards. The next item is under a form of academic dishonesty. We have added the language of artificial intelligence and saying that it must be used appropriately and with approval. So not saying that you cannot use it, but again, we want to stay away from inappropriate use of artificial intelligence. We've made some formatting changes in the procedure, such as headings have been added to kind of make it easier to read and more teacher-friendly. We have also worked collaboratively with the school-based personnel to really have a discussion about the impact of zeros and the grading scale. So you'll see a change in our procedure whereby in the past, teachers would enter grades of a failing grade anywhere from 0 to 59. So there are 60 chances to fail an assignment versus 10 chances in all the other areas. 80 to 89 is a B. So what we are saying in our procedure is that as a school district, if a student puts effort in, tries an assignment, does not master the material, that the grade entered will not be less than a 50. And again, what you're doing is you're looking at the current research in best practices for grading and saying that you can't recover from a 0. It's hard to bring that up, and we want our students to be successful. That's very different. The other thing you'll see in there is language for students that do not do their work. That's very different. So I just want to be clear that this is not stating that if you don't do anything, you'll never get a 0. They still, teachers have the autonomy to put that in. There is a code that they will use. It looks like an exclamation point. That stands for missed materials. And if they have that, that can be recorded as a 0, showing absolutely no effort. So what it's doing is really just updating our full policy so that it reflects the best practices all the way around for the best interest of our students, showing mastery of the material. So again, I will leave this, and if you would like, we can, if you have any questions, we'd like to discuss at this time, or we can come back to it at another time. It's up to you.
I have just one question, because I am really curious about the no grade lower than the 50%, because the only grades that we do GPAs for are high school grades. So whether they have a 50 or a 0, it's, it's like you said, you've got the 60 points of failure, but it still would be considered a failure, an F grade.
Yes.
So that 50%, there wouldn't be a GPA that was showing. So it wouldn't really be calculated into that. So I'm just wondering about, it just seems like, as a parent, if I see my kid has a 30 in something, even though it's the same as a 50, a 30 tells me something, it tells me a different story than a 50 does.
If I can just respond to that, because
Yeah.
I agree, as a parent myself, I feel like you want to know the details behind it, which is why the committee that worked on the updates added an opportunity for, and an expectation that if someone has the 50 in there, you also have a comment section in PowerSchool where you can give the actual grade that they earn. So it would come out as a 50, so it will not impact their average, but in the comment, you can say their overall score was a 28.
Okay.
Again, so that you as a parent are informed and we're being transparent about that.
So I know that I dig into PowerSchool because it's in my wheelhouse, but I'm not sure how many other parents will do that.
I feel like we rehearsed this. So another segment that was updated in this procedure, and one that I probably should have brought to your attention earlier, is that of communication. So we've always had something in here about communication, but one of the changes that was made, brought forth by our administrators, is the fact that we have to go a little bit beyond just saying we communicated, we emailed. It must be, and you'll see the language in there, two-way communication. So you must show evidence that you have reached the adult in the household and had a conversation so that they are aware, with our ultimate goal of figuring out how we can help the students be successful.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, this was for information only. No action required at this time. Thank you, Ms. Giacomowitz. The next item on the agenda is the MCAP update.
So as you are aware, the state assessment results came out recently and were shared at the August board meeting. The following data that I will share during this presentation was provided to our school district from MSDE. And we are going to specifically look at school level data, and that will also be released on the report card. We do want to make just a statement that the board pointed out as well, and that is that MCAP ELA grades 6 through 8, as well as grade 10, were adaptive tests this school year. This is an important thing to think about as we look at our results, because adaptive tests, it's the first time we've given that type of assessment, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get into the next few slides. But some of the other grade levels, grades 3 through 5, they were not adaptive this year. So it's almost as though in some cases you can't compare grade 3, 4, 5 to 6, 7, 8. The performance, the type of assessment was very different. The MCAT math assessment, however, was adaptive in all grade levels. This slide just is a quick reminder of the proficiency levels and the performance level descriptors. And as a state, we have identified students performing in grades 3 and 4 are meeting the mark or exceeding the mark and the expectation. We listened carefully as an instructional team to the way the state presented the data and wanted to give you that same glance at the information. So on this slide, what you're looking at is 3 years worth of data, the yellow being school year 21-22, the orange 22-23, and the blue 23-24. And when the state presented the data, they felt it was very important to show all 3 years so that, as again, we can make some informed decisions about the strengths and challenges we face as a small school district. Students in high of 48% proficiency rate. This makes notice of successful transitioning from what you've heard about with our emphasis in reading, where students are learning to read, to where they're learning to read to reading to learn. That happens in that 3rd grade area. So that bump in 3rd grade is really showing mastery of those early literacy skills, those strong foundational reading skills, which we know are a predictor of later school success in both reading and mathematics. When we look at this slide, we try to take the same view in mind that the state presented their data. And what they did is they asked us to look at year-to-year growth and also what they considered to be net growth, how our students were doing from the first year of the assessment compared to the 3rd year. And as a school system, our net gain over the course of the 3 years in English Language Arts, grades 3 through 10, was a 3.3% increase. When the state presented their data, the net gain for the state in English Language Arts over the course of 3 years was a 3.1% increase. Again, that means that we were very slightly above the state gains over a 3-year period of time. The other thing pointed out on this slide, again on the left, you'll see the linear test compared to beginning in grade 6 all the way through was the adaptive test. So I'll pause for just a minute to see if you have any comments or questions about this particular slide.
So this is the level 3s and 4s combined?
Yes.
Okay. And so talk to me about when we incorporated Orton Gillingham and where, if the 3rd grade, I mean, because it's such a jump.
Yeah.
Right.
Were our 3rd graders, when they were tested, that batch of kids that had gone through Orton Gillingham and science reading?
So you'll remember last year was our full implementation. So again, absolutely. What you're beginning to see is the ripple effect from when we started the training, and if you remember, it backs up even into multiple years of really the letters training, all of a deeper understanding of the science of reading and how to help. There's a clear correlation between the professional development that our teachers received and the results that you're seeing in those 3rd grade scores as well.
Yeah, if I may just jump in, I just think, Ms. Sullivan, thank you for pointing that out, because I think 3rd grade here is a great example of how in this 3rd grade is the wise investment our school system has made around the science of reading. right? And this is just the beginning, because as Ms. Giacomo had said, last year was the 1 year of implementation, full implementation, right? So I think, when we look at that, we are beginning to see that return on investment, and that will grow momentum as our teachers become more confident in applying those diagnostic skills they learned in letters training and applying the methodology of OG. I think you can really see in that third grade, and I just want to thank you for recognizing that. Now, clearly, we have great improvement to do, but what we know is the work that we're investing in is beginning to show itself even within 1 full year of implementation. And typically, we see momentum 3 to 5, right?
Thank you.
What's the state average for proficiency? Do you know?
The state average for ELA was 40, did I say it? We will see it in 2 more slides. If you don't mind, I don't want to, it's somewhere in the 40s.
We'll be surprised.
I do have that information for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the next slide is looking at student groups. So again, I took the same idea where we're looking for those incremental gains in various areas, and then also, just like MSDE did, comparing how we did 2 years ago to the current year. Do you see any overall increase? When you look at our data, one of the things that we want to keep in mind are the actual numbers. And I think having our 2 principals in the audience that are so data-driven, I want to say this out loud. When we look at a group like limited English proficiency, as well as students with disabilities in the smallest school district in the state of Maryland, what happens when they take this assessment is you have some students who were exited because they achieved a high enough level that they no longer fall in that category. So now you don't see the results of the success of the students that exited. They're moving over into the general all category. But you see those that are still in that student group and still receiving services. And our actual numbers, for example, for LEP, they haven't changed very much over the course of the years. We do know that's a population that's growing, but just so you have the numbers in mind, 50 students for the whole district. So that's 50 students. Special education, students with IEPs, students with disabilities, 111. Last year it was 115. The current year that we're reviewing the data, 111. So not a lot of variance from year to year.
I was reminded by a teacher on our tour last week that the MCAPs don't allow for the accommodations that students are allowed to, or are part of their IEPs and 504s in their classrooms when they're taking the MCAPs. So I'm curious about the students with disabilities numbers. They seem so low.
Well, they're two different, that is accurate, but I believe she may have been referring to our local assessment, NWEA. And for the purposes of being able to compare baseline data and monitor their progress throughout the year, we do not give accommodations for the local assessment.
Okay.
However, on the state assessment, if they receive accommodations during instruction, they do also receive those accommodations during the assessment.
Great, okay, thank you for the correction.
The next slide is one that will really point out, again, some of the things that I think are in the fledgling state and moving in the right direction in terms of literacy success across Kent County Public Schools. The very top part of the slide shows our third grade scores. In the blue area, you will see the percent of students achieving proficient overall in that grade level. And then to the far right, you can compare that to how the state is doing in terms of proficiency. So let's look together, particularly at the stars for a moment. The stars indicate schools and grade levels that are seeing notable improvements in literacy. For example, if you look in this slide, Henry Highland Garnett Elementary School, third grade, performed 9% better than the state. They also performed 19% better than last school year. And that is huge. Congratulations.
Miss Rose, could you stand up for that? That's hard work. I would be remiss if I didn't call out our leader here, and I will tell you, both on my interview tour and more importantly, as I settled in, first conversations we had were about the PLC work and rolling up sleeves and digging deeply into their practice last year. And I think you made those changes, what, mid-year was it, or maybe in the fall?
We started at the beginning of the fall.
Okay. And you can see the impact it had. So I wanted to make sure that she was recognized for the hard work that she led in her school with the teachers digging in and doing serious data analysis and making real-time instructional decisions that change outcomes for kids, so.
Well, let's continue the Garnett
Yeah.
story. So looking at fourth grade Garnett performed 9% better than the state and 14% more proficient than last year in fourth grade. Congratulations. Garnett fifth graders, again, another, I think, shout out is the fact that they although they did not exceed the state, they also increased proficiency, 3% more proficient than last year. Very notable. You're seeing that growth and that steady and continuous improvement for nothing less than incredible hard work day to day from our principals and our teachers as well. Congratulations. Also, I'd like to point out the stars that are shining for Rock Hall Elementary School. Rock Hall Elementary School third grade performed 8% better than the state and 12 more percentage points better than last school year. Congratulations.
And again, Ms. Giro, if you'll stand up. I think, again, it matters. That doesn't happen by coincidence. That happens through leadership. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the everyday hard work. You continue to challenge your teachers every day and support them in analyzing the student work samples, and it's showing. So we know where we're going, right? Okay.
And Rock Hall Elementary School, fifth grade, 9% more proficient than the state, and again, 3% more proficient than last year. So I think, I appreciate the fact that Dr. McComas started off by saying, we're shining a light on what is going right, and also what are some things we can do to continue that improvement, particularly in the area of literacy. So thank you both, Brenda and Jillian, for your dedication, and woo, good job. Way to go. We're really proud.
And I congratulate you both, and I'm certainly not wanting to take anything away from the celebration, but I want to focus on how Galena doesn't have necessarily the same resources because they're not a community school.
Correct.
And so I just want to make sure that we're kind of aware of that. But I think that what you both have done at your schools is amazing. So thank you.
I would, if I may add to Galena, we know Galena has our highest multilingual learner population as well, so that's an additional hurdle, if you will, when it comes to state testing, so absolutely.
Thank you. And so the next slide, we will look at grades 6, 7, and 8. And grade 6 did see 3 percentage point increase from last school year. We are seeing rather flat scores at this time for grades 7 and 8. Grade 7 had a slight decline, and same with grade 8. But overall, one of the things we know, and I think we said this earlier, is that not only was it a different type of test because you're looking at a linear assessment, we've had some major shifts in practice and some, to me, very optimistic changes in what the vision is of literacy for the middle school. So I look forward to seeing them continuing with the work that they started this year and the improvements that are yet to come. The next slide is showing grade 10, which Ms. Hemster's not here, but we all know that grade 10 does continue to perform consistently above the state of Maryland. So we know that our high school students are outperforming many others across the state and continue to be a shining star in the area of literacy. Congratulations to Kent County High School.
Can we go back to that just for a minute? Because I feel like our high school doesn't often get as much credit as it could, and I would just like you to say that again.
Both pieces of it?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. So one more time, just sharing that Kent County High School English Language Arts students consistently outperform the state, and they did it once again. They are significantly above many other counties across the state of Maryland, and that's due to that focused instruction that they have. You have teachers that have really, I think, mastered the art of teaching literacy, and you're seeing the results shine through here. So congratulations, Kent County High School.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo, Ms. Hemstetter.
This next slide is one that we are sharing just as the board shared with the state of Maryland. It is one that is a comparison of how school districts compare, and as a small school district, I feel like this is one every year that is, held out there, put on a billboard. Where do you stand? How do you compare? One of the things that really is important to reflect on was stated by State Board Member Dr. Goldson. And Dr. Goldson stressed the importance to please use caution when looking at a graph like this. Any type of graph that ranks school districts across the state serves a very different purpose. It is more meaningful for all of us to look closer, both at the school level and at the grade level. That's where the data matters. She emphasized, it is easy for any of us to rank school districts, but it is hard to do the meaningful analysis. And that is what we are determined to do. And that's why we started this presentation tonight, not with a ranking, but to really look at our district, our schools, and getting down to our classroom level, to the individual students.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Dr. McComas, we discussed this, and we discussed it also, that since we have our student base is low, that we have, one or two students can bring the whole grading system down.
Correct.
How can we change that? Because there's got to be a way we can bring this up and get closer to the top. These schools that have hundreds and hundreds of students, they can make their figures look really high, but we've got to be able to do something to bring that up.
Right, well, I think to your point, every student counts.
Yes.
Every student counts. And I think if we look at again, the very wise investments we've made with early literacy skills and the ongoing training that we're providing, we see that we are gaining momentum, where we're having stronger students in younger grade levels, right? So our foundation is getting stronger as we build. We see, when we look at grade 3 to grade 10, right, we see this little bit of a roller coaster, right? So we've got to really focus and strengthen on those, that performance in those middle grades, right? Because that builds that momentum even stronger going in the 10th grade. If we're at 58% proficient in 10th grade, what are we doing about the other percentage of students? What are we doing in those middle grades before we even get to 10th grade? So there's no magic wand, but what it is what our elementary principals here tonight have been doing, right? They've rolled up sleeves, they've pulled teachers together, they've looked at student work samples, they're digging in and analyzing what exactly are the standard skills that a specific student needs coaching on, and providing that just-in-time small group instruction. That's how we drill in and do it. There's no magic wand, but it can be done. Our principals are here demonstrating that, and we've got to really drive that home at those middle grades. I think it's also important when you're looking at this, in particular this year, as we explained, the difference in the instruments. A traditional linear achievement test that we had at the elementary level is very different than an adaptive test, right? Because in an adaptive test, if you answer correct, then you get another challenging question. You get another challenging question. If you fail the answering correctly, then it gives you a lower question. It gives you a lower question. So they're very different types of gauges. So I know that's getting into the weeds, and I'm sorry to go there with you, but long story short, there's no easy solution. It's hard work, and it's attention to detail and student work.
I just think these are misleading. I think we're doing much better than that, and I don't know how.
We agree. We agree.
Because people come in the community, I talk to people, well, your grades are, you're so bad, and I'm like, no, that's not the case. We've got to change the narrative somehow. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we're doing much better than that.
We are. Well, ask them to come visit me. I'm happy to take them into our classrooms and look at student work samples.
Okay.
They can see it for themselves.
Thank you. And so, again, my hope would be that although the state shared at this time, they are also aware of the negative impact of this type of ranking. So if we can all agree to focus more at the school and the grade level, I think we're going to really show what we can do. Before I move on to the area of mathematics, I just didn't want to know if either Ms. Rose or Ms. Spiro would like to say any comment about literacy or anything else that I may have forgotten to mention that really was a game changer for you over the past year? Did you want to speak up, Jillian? I don't know if you
To your point of the impact of Wharton Gillingham, my fourth grade, they had some very big gaps, and that was when their COVID years were their early years. And so we kind of made a bold decision to implement Wharton Gillingham with them, knowing it was going to take away from some of that grade level comprehension and writing. And while we did see it cross over into 3s and 4s, they had 0 ones.
Wow.
So I think that what everybody has said, it didn't show in their proficiency, but it's built the foundation instead of just pushing them through year after year. And so to not have any students in the whole grade fall on the lowest proficiency is just something that I also wanted to pursue.
That's amazing.
That is significant.
I think it's very intentional when we're looking at that individual student data, because
Yeah.
I think that was the main focus for us based on their standards, what exactly those students need at
Right.
that time. I mean, that's huge for that student data, just looking at that and how are we using that data to provide our instruction.
I love that, and if Ms. Yoder were sitting here with us right now, that's exactly what her team is doing as well. So I don't think, as Dr. McComas said, there's no, magic bullet that we can go out there and fix right away, but I stand very proud with the leadership in our elementary schools, middle school, and high school. I think they know what has to happen. It's just a matter of staying the course and continuing that hard work and personalizing it, so.
Thank you.
The next slide is moving into the area of mathematics, and again, this slide is showing you the data over the course of 3 years. It not only includes Algebra 1, but in our school district, we had students also participate, although it's a small number, in Algebra 2 and Geometry. And that decision was made at the high school level because both Geometry and Algebra 2, if they pass those assessments, they are also CCR ready, college and career ready, in the area of mathematics. So what we're looking at here are just the 3 years worth of MCAP data, and the state net gain was 3.1, and we were 0.2 percentage points above the state in gains over the course of a 3-year period in math. Math is something we will hear the state, if you listen to the board meeting, it's problematic across the state, and when I was preparing and reviewing everything with Dr. McComas, she was so fast to remind me that if our students are going to be successful in math, they must be able to read and write. It's that thing where if you cannot show what you know in mathematics by writing that explanation, you're never going to achieve proficiency. So it's not enough just to have the basic skills, but you really have to be able to show it as well.
If I may just also add, again, I want to shine our flashlight on grade 3. I mean, look at the change over from 2 years ago to just this past spring. I think there you're also seeing the investment in the science of reading. It's important to understand that today our mathematics exams are not merely computational exams that are math fluency. It really, the standards in mathematics rest on students' ability to reason through a problem. I mean, it's not quite the exact same thing, but remember the dreaded word problem? It's all word problems. It's all the dreaded word problems. And so when we look across here, what I really want to highlight here in 3rd grade is, again, to the point of what Ms. Giacomo had said, is that half of our mathematics exams are actually literacy-based exams where they have to read a scenario, they have to reason through. It's not just a, here's the formula, plug it in, and out pops the answer. If they're not able to reason through and persevere through those problems and understand that there's different entry points in solving the problem, they're not going to perform well. And so again, I think this gives us hope in the investment that we've made. And again, I fully acknowledge we have a great deal of distance to go in terms of proficiency of where we all want students to be, but there is hope here.
We also implemented a new math curriculum last year, the year before.
So I believe this is our third year with illustrative math, and last year was the first year, you are correct, with Fidelity for the middle school level.
Okay.
So, and now also in Algebra 1. So we now have it across the board, and that is noted what the state deems as high-quality instructional materials because it checks all the boxes for really helping children not only get those foundational early math skills where they have to be able to do their basic math skills that many others learned when they were in elementary school, but then it also takes them to that application piece. So they have to understand the problem solving that you just heard Dr. McComas mention a minute ago.
I just want to give, again, one more compliment to our school system and team. By having the same curricular materials, it really gives us great coherence for the mathematics programs. That, again, I absolutely believe will yield greater outcomes over time as we gain momentum with using those particular curricular materials. And more importantly, illustrative math, the methodology of teaching the reasoning is embedded in it. Again, very different than what many of us experience in math education.
Absolutely. The next slide does look at the demographics, and overall, we've remained fairly flat in terms of student group performance. We have, when you compare the first year to where we are now, again, the only area where you see a decline would be our students with disabilities, and those numbers, again, remain somewhat consistent. About 111 students that are identified that receive those accommodations, but a much lower performance level, and that's, again, something that as a school district, we are doing some studying to see is there anything else we need to think about or do differently to support those students.
It is, can you go back real
Yes.
quick? That there's no movement whatsoever with our African-American students is curious to me. Because we're looking at 3 different years, so it's not a cohort. We're not looking at the same groups of kids getting the same results every single year. We're looking at a new batch of African-American students 3 different years. And I think I asked this at one of our last Board of Ed meetings. Can you talk a little bit about how we are trying to counter this and what we are doing to help improve outcomes for those students?
Honestly, we have talked quite a bit about pedagogy. I think it's really understanding how to reach all students. I think having the high-quality instructional materials, everyone has access to the same materials, which is a very important piece. But when it comes to delivery of instruction, not everyone learns in the same way on the same day, so it's really understanding those various strategies that we can use to help our students show what they know. There is, again, thinking about specifically, I know last year, I believe, and even when we shared the MCAP data, we talked about the work of just understanding the various student needs and our commitment to equity. And so some of the training that we are doing in there is a crossover, in particular, the work with restorative practices, again. It connects and it intersects with our work in trying to improve achievement. So these are some of the pieces that are in place for this year as well to help with that.
Have we dug into training that is specific for culturally sensitive training?
Yes, and it's Tom, he is here, and that is a nice segue to our work with Bowie. Did you want to say anything about?
Sure. Speaking from the blueprint lens, there is a hefty amount of research in the Kirwan Commission to show achievement by students who are Black and African American increases when their instructor is Black or African American. So it's a multi-pronged strategy. We want to try to recruit more diverse teachers to our classrooms. We're struggling with that. So what can we do now with the teachers that we have? We can attempt to increase their capacity to deliver high-quality instruction to students that are not like them racially. So that's the partnership that we had as a 3-year partnership with Bowie State University. Last year was year 1. It was very successful with Culturally Responsive Teaching Series. We are in the process now of identifying leaders from the first cohort, those that were trained last school year, to be trained to continually deliver that training for years to come. We're also so that's stage 1 where we are right now. How do we train those individuals that have received the initial training to increase their capacity to deliver culturally responsive teaching training this year and subsequent years? The second step is how do we strategically identify our staff who we think would benefit from that? And under Dr. McCombs' leadership, she did ask that we try to prioritize math instructors to receive this training this current year.
That was going to
that's sort of
be
where
my
we are
question.
there,
Yeah.
with that initiative.
Thank you. Yeah, as much as I think everyone would benefit from it, I mean, we're clearly seeing that something isn't translating, so.
Yeah, and I'll just add 2 things, not to belabor the point. I think, one, our principals and our central team, when we worked together this summer, we analyzed our data and we drilled down, and I always like 3 because I can remember 3 things, right? And so we kind of coined the expression, our big 3, right? So we identified math, writing, and our student groups, the 4 student groups that you see on that screen, right? So we have made a commitment that of all the many priorities, this is where we're going to tighten our microscope and really dig in. I would also just like to add that and I had mentioned in my opening report, we have redesigned how we're working with principals to support them, so when we come together, it's a problem of practice, and we're really looking at student work samples, and we're looking at our data in real time to support their leadership. And I mentioned that, I'm in the process of assessing the instruction in our classroom. And I have some suspicions about what instruction is looking like in our math classrooms for our Black and African American and Brown students, but I have to go and see it, right? Because fundamentally, when we're talking about culturally responsive instruction, what we're really talking about is dynamic and engaging instruction that lifts all learners, right? And so I have some questions that I quite frankly, we're only in the 2nd week of school. So I need to go out and collect my own field evidence to understand how to lean in and really push on our culturally responsive instruction. So,
Thank you.
sorry, I get fired up. Thank you.
That's
Let's go on.
Great question. Thank you. And so this slide now allows us to look, I think, at a more specific view of both grade level and school. And although you have the state performance on the far right, you do see some stars pointed out. In this case, a shout out to Galena Elementary School, who did see an overall 2.5 increase in proficiency in math in 3rd grade. Garnett Elementary School, 3.5 proficiency increase in 3rd grade, and Garnett 4th grade, 3% more proficient than percentage of students last year. In Rock Hall 5th grade, there was also a 2% increase over proficiency from last year, and in 5th grade math, I believe that is the only grade level where they were actually performing above the state overall average. As you know, the state performance is nothing to brag about in mathematics. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's just, it's not where we want it to be, so.
And I'll just say, I did not want to ask Ms. Yoder to join us this evening because I know she lives in Pennsylvania, and I didn't want her to have a really late drive. So please know that's the only reason. I wanted to be courteous to her and make sure she could get home safely.
This slide shows the same idea, but for 6, 7, and 8. And in 8th grade math, again, overall, they did see a slight improvement from last year, but 5% of the students performed at the highest levels of 3 and 4 in 8th grade, compared to 8% in 7th and 4% in 6th grade. This next slide shows the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry scores. As you're well aware, we offer Algebra 1 to 8th grade students that are part of the STEM program. So the 45% proficiency are those students that passed with either a 3 or a 4, had a proficiency rate of 3 or 4, compared to the high school combined winter-spring scores for Algebra 1, which overall, very similar to last year, 2%. The state overall, 20%. The state includes every grade level. It was interesting to watch their delivery because there are some school systems in Maryland where 6th grade takes the Algebra 1 assessment. And one of the board members was questioning, just out of curiosity, that 6th grade performance in Algebra 1 was outperformed many of the other grade levels, as well as 11th graders when they broke it down, because they had some 11th graders take it as well. So I think it's very hard to get too much information out of this, but important that we are transparent and sharing everything with you. This is the same slide, however, showing the ranking across all districts in the area of mathematics. And the piece that, let me see, is there anything else we wanted to say about this slide? Just that this also, last year when we showed the ranking slide, it did not include Algebra 1, so you can't even compare last year's to this year, because this year, they put it all in there. So every year, I feel like they present the data a little differently, so it's very hard to make meaningful decisions when they don't share the same thing year after year.
And what was the state average, do you know, for?
Yes, it's
math?
right
I
up
can't
there.
remember.
Math proficiency for all tests, 9.1 to 41. It should say it right on there.
24, is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah, 24.1%.
Thank you.
So 1 out of every 4
Thank you.
students. So 75% of the students in the state are not
Yeah,
proficient
I
in
know.
that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
This will ring a bell. We've been looking at the students that we call on the cusp, and I have to give a shout out to the instructional team, Amelia Marcosian, Nicole Boyce, Michelle Serino, and the amount of hours that went into this presentation to try to bring the information to you in a way that would be helpful and meaningful for us to think about as a district. The term on the cusp are students that are falling into that level 2. Well, with the test being adaptive this year, what happened is as students were taking the test, if they entered that score and fell at a certain proficiency rate when they got in there, getting so many items correct, they would not be able to work their way up to levels 3 and 4. In other words, it was adaptive. So it would stop and would put them on a different track because it's giving them a measure of where they are in terms of their performance on that day in mathematics. So our team took the data and tried to look at the cutoff scores. 749 was the cutoff. What we discovered is that in grade 3, I'll just go through this and you can look at the others on your own, but in grade 3, if we looked at students that were 5 percentage points away from the cutoff score, we would have moved, and we counted those students, we would have moved from 33% all the way to 45. And if we took it looking at a 10-point difference, we had 52% of our students that would have met proficiency. So again, we're curious and we're wondering, did the adaptive nature of the test prevent any students from reaching that level 3 or 4? And that's something that math supervisors across the state are really peeling this apart and thinking about to see what are some things that we can change to help improve in this area. But we hope that you'll find at least the numbers revealing in terms of how many students were right there, right on the cusp of reaching proficiency. And with 1 or 2 more items, they would have been over into that proficient level.
I'd just add that the superintendents and Dr. Wright, our state superintendent, have had conversations around this related to the adaptive nature of the test. And we are, as a group of superintendents, we're so grateful and appreciative that Dr. Wright has formed her committee to look at the assessments models that we have, and she's formulating a technical advisory committee. And so I just want to compliment our state superintendent for recognizing the impactful nature of this adaptive approach versus the traditional linear approach, which is what, all of us are most familiar with, so.
And so all of this leads to what is it that we are going to do to really make some targeted and strategic investments in supporting our schools and our students to really improve proficiency. So in the area of curriculum and instruction, we are going to continue with Orton Gillingham, the full implementation of the high-quality instructional materials at the middle school level. The program is Wit and Wisdom that you invested in not that long ago. You heard our principals speak to the data-driven nature of our professional learning communities. They take place not only on the early release days, but are actually part, and that's, I think, another shift Brenda made in her school, they're part of the weekly collaborative planning. They're looking at that data. It's not just waiting for children to go home early. That's how they operate on a day-to-day basis. Increasing progress monitoring, and what you've heard me refer to in the past as learning walks, well, they have evolved into instructional rounds, so stay tuned. They're becoming more specific, and in our instructional rounds, we will be looking for implementation of science of reading, as well as what you heard mentioned a few moments ago. What is happening to engage our students in those mathematics classrooms? So you'll see the growth of our instructional rounds. Professional development for new teachers that we are onboarding with Orton Gillingham. In the upper levels, looking at specific morphology training. And then as a school district, we were one of the school systems that participated across the state in what's called literacy labs. And we walked away with some incredible new ideas to help us continue to grow and give our students the tools they need. Intervention all the way across the board. We have intensive interventions. We're looking at that continued progress monitoring. 95% group has complementary work to our Orton Gillingham, and anything that we do in literacy, we want to be very careful not to mess with the sequence of Orton Gillingham. That is the reason that we give it its own dedicated time every single day. For comprehension, we also have WonderWorks, which is a complement to our reading program. And in the area of math, again, good decisions have been made with those high-quality materials, data-driven PLCs, instructional rounds. Under professional development, mathematics also has a set of learning labs, and you may have heard teachers talk about OGAP training. That is another state initiative of ongoing assessment project in mathematics, and then taking the information that those that participate in things like content review and range finding and using that in our own practices, not only with the teachers, but as administrators as well, really looking at student work. Interventions this year, and we'll be happy to come back and share more detail about it, but the middle school is utilizing something called ALEX. Our high school started it last year with our students in Algebra 1 as well. It is an artificially intelligent assessment learning system that uses adaptive questioning to help determine what students do and do not know and help address those challenges along the way. You have been very patient, and this is a lot of information. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Brenda and Jillian, I owe you. All right, if there are any questions at this time, I'll be happy to try to entertain them.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, this report was for information only. Thank you, Ms. Giacomowitz. No action is required by the Board of Education.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to both principals for being here.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Congratulations.
Be
Okay.
safe, gone home.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move into administrative services. The first item up is the expenditures revenue report. Ms. Stewart?
Good evening, Dr. McComas, President Getz, and members of the board. Tonight, we're going to go over the monthly financial report. This is from July 1 to August 31st. To date, we've received for Fund 1, about $8.1 million. Fund 3, $0. Fund 5, food service, $89.9 thousand. And for Fund 7, $0, to bring us to a total cash receipts of $8,237,313. $8,237,313.75. Sorry about that. As we look into our current expense, we've expended about 27% of our expenditures for the year so far. Going to our school construction fund, we have expended on the KCHS tennis courts, but as you know, that is going to be paid by the state. And then we go into our food service, we've expended about 28% of that. And in our restricted funds, this will show you what the new grants that have been loaded. We're still undergoing our audit, and we'll be doing our budget transfers from the carryover from fiscal year '24 into '25, but this shows you what we've expended with our restricted funds so far. And then the overview of funding with all receipts and expenditures. If you have any questions, I can entertain those questions, but this was just for information only.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Stewart, appreciate that. Okay, moving on to the fiscal year '24 behavior health grant.
All right, so this is a new grant that we have received. It's the fiscal year 2024 Behavior Health Grant, and we received this from MSDE in the amount of $28,186. Essentially, the purpose of the grant is to issue funding for a one-year grant for implementing initiatives that develop training for school staff to support student behavioral health concerns. This also will, the Kent County Public Schools will be able to use the funds to provide contractual services for training for our students, training for our counselors and social workers, et cetera. And this grant will end next year, June 30th, 2025. So administration is requesting board approval of the fiscal year 2024 behavioral health grant.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Stewart on this grant? Okay, as she mentioned, the administration is requesting board approval of the fiscal year 2024 behavior health grant in the amount of $28,186. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to
Ms.
approve.
Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has a second. Any further comments or questions? In the absence of hearing any, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to move into the fiscal year 2025 Personalized Professional Learning Supporting Math Instruction Grant.
Okay, so this is another grant that we've received this year. This is a new grant, the fiscal year 2025 Personalized Professional Learning Supporting Math Instruction Grant. This is a restricted grant that we received from MSDE in the amount of $840. This grant was to provide a stipend to Maryland Education System educators that participated in the ongoing assessment project, OGAP cohort for mathematics instruction. Here at Kent County Public Schools, we had one teacher participate in that professional learning cohort. So we are asking for, administration is requesting for board approval of the fiscal year 2025 Personalized Professional Learning Supporting Math Instruction Grants.
Are there any questions regarding this grant?
I have one question. This is one of the grants for a math program, correct?
It's for the teachers who, the teacher who participate in the OGAP training at the state level. But yeah, it's the sport math. Yeah.
Okay, not hearing any additional questions, the administration is recommending board approval. The fiscal year 2025 Personalized Professional Learning Supporting Math Instruction Grant in the amount of $840. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Dorsey had the motion. Should be Ms.
Go, Ms.
Sullivan.
Dorsey.
Ms. Dorsey has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Sullivan has the second. Any additional comments or questions? Not hearing any, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll move on to 9D. This is the unrestricted funds budget amount amendment, number 4, fiscal year 2024. Ms. Stewart.
All right, so as you know, we are undergoing our audit. We're almost complete into the end of our fiscal year 2024 financial statement audit. Part of that review is budget transfers, and part of that audit review is that any budget category that is over budget, we need to do a budget transfer to kind of put it in the positive or make it clean, so to speak, break even. And so for 2024, there were a few categories that were over-expended. These amounts are not exact amounts, as I have rounded up just in case, but these amounts are rounded up amounts for what's been over-expended. Our categories include special education by $18,000, transportation by $293,000, operations $170,000, and maintenance $88,000. Please keep in mind that the over-expended amount is with the transfers that were already done to move expenditures from the local budget into the restricted grants for any employees that had health care or any expenses that grants did cover at the end. So that was after that reconciliation. We do have categories that were under-expended. That's our instructional salaries and our fixed charges, and you will see accordingly that this budget amendment for fiscal year 2024, we're going to use those funds, about $311,000 from our instructional salaries and $258,000 in our fixed charges. So what's in the parentheses is the amount that I'm going to pull from what we have that is not over-expended but under-expended to cover for these deficits. And so administration is requesting board approval for the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 2024, and I can entertain any questions or comments that you may have.
I'm just curious about, because generally when we have an expense that's above what's in the budget item, it comes to us and we either vote on it here or we take it to the county commissioners. And I'm just curious about, because it seems like it's a significant amount that's over-expended, and I'm just wondering where the additional funds came from. If they weren't correctly budgeted in the category that we're showing that they should have been in, where did that money come from?
So essentially, in other budget categories, as you can see, instructional salaries, that comes from savings from teachers. So if a teacher leaves and we don't replace, that's where the savings come from. Fixed charges for fiscal year 24, as I've noted before, ESSER 3 and Maryland's were our biggest grants. So honestly, even before that recode, that fixed charges amount was much lower. So having grant funding helped assisted with the weight. Since I've been here, the above categories that are over-expended have always been over-expended: transportation, operations, and maintenance. So when you're talking about building upkeep, they're old buildings. When you're talking about we have to do our electric bills, that is completely high. That is why this year itself, for this budget, there was a request to increase our operations. So when it comes to the end of the year, I know that there's going to be some savings. Instead of always doing the ticketing tying, essentially we wait till the end to do those recodes. I do want to make a note, I believe it was for fiscal year 2024, we took $7,000 off the top. $500,000 came from fixed charges, $200,000 we reduced special education. As you can see, it's not a lot, but that hit definitely showed in 2024. Because of the revenues, we do not receive increasing revenues. So, and with fixed charges, that was really cutting close. Thankful that we had the grants, but this is something that definitely we have talked about and we're going to look forward in the future, because now that we don't have big grant funding to help assist with that weight, this is where we're standing at. Some of that transportation that comes from special education, if a student has an IEP, what are we going to do, say they're not going to be transported? When you have operations, and I'm looking at a $20,000 or $13,000 electric bill, you're going to tell me not to spend it? So it's like, it's not, to me, it's not categories that are necessarily alarming. You have repairs for buildings, that's where our maintenance comes in. If a pipe breaks, I know that Garnett shut down for, I think, a day because the pipe had broke. That was like $25,000. So you can't anticipate it. So that's why, I try to do my best to work hard to hope that we save, look at our restricted funds, but unfortunately.
If I may.
Yeah.
And so then that leads me to my next question. If we overexpended by these pretty significant amounts this year, does that mean we should potentially go budget and adjust accordingly so that we're not
Well, essentially,
numbers?
so let me be more clear with this, even more clear. As when I present these monthly reports, it doesn't mean that we're overexpended overall. That's not what this means. As you look at the underexpended. Instructional salaries, there's $317,000. In fixed charges, there's $395,000. So I don't want it to be put out there that we just spent vicariously and these budgets are overexpended and why we didn't do that. Because these budgets that are overexpended are constantly a revolving door, we wait until the end. And also because we have grant funding, and I do my best to inform you all of that throughout the year to let you know, okay, so when this comes, it technically shouldn't be a surprise. But I have talked with Dr. McComas about how going forward, we're really going to have to look at it because the only grants that we have now that are going to be strong standing is technically our Title I, Judy Center, and our concentration of poverty. And even with that, we still have to look at that. But we're really going to have to work together and work hard even this year. I mean, we did the increase, but let me be real about it. We're using $1.7 million of fund balance and 200 and I believe 63,000 we increased for operational costs. Costs are going to continue to go up.
Yeah.
So
if I just may add very quickly, you know, one of the things that I've talked to our board about in the interview process and I've talked to Ms. Stewart about is looking to zero base as we build the FY26. Now, I know your question was about our current budget, and, you know, we will work our way through this year's budget, but I think what's really critical is that as we're building the FY26, we're going back and we're looking at the 3-year actuals in the categories, right? Because, and this is not uncommon, that budgets over time, there's creep, right? Like we know the cost of gas goes up. It's not going back down, right? And electricity and so on. And so I think it's part of why we're at a good moment in time to do that zero basing for the FY26 so that we can then from the get-go allocate funds in the categories where we know historical spending tells us we need more than what we had been allocating. Of course, we always have to work within the dollars we have. So thank you for letting me add.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions on this number 4 amendment? Okay, the administration is requesting board approval of the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 2024. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Dorsey has a second. Any additional questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 1, fiscal year 2025.
Okay, so this amendment, as you know, each year when we budget for our non-public placement students with disabilities, we just keep it at $100,000 because we're not necessarily sure how much we're actually going to receive from the state. So we do have to come back and make an amendment in our budget because the state doesn't give the notice of grant award to us until later on and afterwards. So the state has awarded us $130,968 to go towards the students with disability non-public placements. And so this request is a budget amendment to increase the state revenue as well as the special education expenditure category by $30,968. And administration is requesting board approval of the unrestricted funds budget number 1 for fiscal year 2025.
Okay, as Ms. Stewart mentioned, this is an action item. Are there any additional questions before we move forward with the motion? Okay, administration is requesting board approval of the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 1 for fiscal year 2025. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Dorsey has the second. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the sole source request, Charm City Speech.
Okay, so this is a request to utilize Charm City Speech as a sole source. Many times with special education, we are in situations in which we have to contract out because we do not have the personnel. The pool is not there to hire personnel for special education. So a lot of times we do have to sole source any vendor that we contract out with because they can specifically provide the need that is requested for special education. So in this case, utilizing Charm City Speech to provide speech language services is needed for the students that are outlined in the IEP. And so unfortunately, we are unable to locate any other contracted speech language pathologists to provide both on-site and in-person services. The amount of the sole source is $112,320. Because it is over the $100,000 threshold, we do have to bring it to the board for approval, and so this is a request from the Special Education Department, and administration does request board approval to proceed with Charm City Speech as a sole source.
Okay, as Ms. Stewart mentioned, it is an action item. Ms. Sullivan?
Sorry. Do we know if that is a fair rate for the service that we are looking at?
Essentially, I would say yes, because anytime that anyone brings a sole source, there is the documentation. They have tried to look elsewhere, and honestly, right now with special ed, you're going to have to pay something to provide those services. So I can assure you that, deep thought and monitoring to go to before this, because we do require that documentation to look elsewhere, that this is in line. It's a bit hefty than what it is before, but they are providing the on-site and in-person services. I think other times we've done contractual with our speech, or with not even just speech, but OT or PT. It's been just virtual, not really kind of in person, but this will provide them with both that dual aspect.
And this is for a single year?
Yes, to my knowledge, but I will double check that for you.
Mr. Hush, did you have something?
Just to put it in perspective, when you compare it to hiring an actual speech and language pathologist who works for us, they usually come with experience, and then, at the top of the scale, and then when you factor in, healthcare costs, you're looking at about anywhere from $130,000 to $150,000, depending on the type of they get, so it is
comparable.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any additional questions, comments? Okay, this is an action item. The administration is requesting board approval to proceed with Charm City Speech as a sole source, and the dollar amount is $112,320. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Dorsey has the second. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is policy GBAA, sexual harassment. Mr. Hushing.
Thank you, President Getz, school board members, Dr. McComas. If you recall, last month I brought forward changes to our sexual harassment procedure, which was in alignment with the update in the federal regulation changes that took effect August 1st. That procedure lives under this policy. And what we are doing, because our procedure is so detailed and up-to-date, you can see that we are really dimming down the policy, since the procedure speaks to all of the procedural things that we must follow under the law. So, you'll see that there is a lot that we're going to be taking out. But one of the notable changes with the updated regs that came down was we now have to have a non-discrimination notice on our policy. So that's what you'll see down here at the bottom. And a further addition is, adding the Title IX hearing officer contacts, so that it is front and center on our school policy, so that if someone has a complaint that they have to file, the information is right there, as compared to where it was in our procedure. You really have to dig through it to find it. And obviously, we've updated all of the legal references as well.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Please.
Could you reiterate why we're taking so much out?
Yeah, so last month, we brought forward a procedure, and that procedure is tied to this policy, but the procedure is about a 12-page document that outlines all the fine details and, procedures and grievances that we have to follow as a school system.
So we're not just getting rid of all this,
Yes.
Gotcha.
So usually, policies are, are not as lengthy as the procedure. The procedure is where all the details
Gotcha.
lie. So, and if you haven't been able to check it out, it's up on our HR website.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? And this is only for information?
This is for information only.
Gotcha.
This is the first read.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hutchin.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Okay, Ms. Bailey, do we have any public participants? We do not. All right, so we will move on to the notification of our next meeting. The board will meet in a board retreat on Saturday, September 28th, 2024, from 8 a.m. until noon, and that will be located in this building in what is called the Fishbowl. It is behind the bathrooms, going that way. That is open to the public. It is not a participatory event, but you are able to come in and watch as the board conducts their very first retreat with Dr. McComas being the new superintendent. The next regularly scheduled monthly meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County will be held on Monday, October 14th, 2024, beginning at 5:30 p.m. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 p.m. Both meetings will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, this room, located at 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661. The last item on the agenda is to adjourn. The administration is recommending approval to adjourn this September 9th, 2024 meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Dorsey has the second. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a